Virtuss Pros turn to ban. Navi's turn
Their chance to be able to do so, as they also had our roster changed. Kyle's obviously not a fan of that, but maybe it'll still work out for them still.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready for Kyle to eat his own words here.
Okay.
I think that the way they're drafting for V-Tune, super early picks, usually the Phantom Assassin, and then the game winner last pick for Ramses. And it's not necessarily the hero that's going to carry the game, but sometimes it's just the hero that enables V-Tune to carry the game. We saw that Omni Knight in the highlights. That's the kind of stuff where offlane can absolutely be game winning. It's just a bit different how it's done. And I think Ramses is a 10th pick player, and Iceberg is also a potentially 10th pick player, as we've seen some Wind Rangers from him. A really potent 10th pick hero so far in the DPC.
Yeah, I like the bans from VP though. The Storm Doom, those are very much Iceberg specials. I agree with you in regards to early picking V-Tune's hero. The concern is that you talk about a limited hero pool. I don't think Iceberg has really iterated much from his spirits, his Doom, and I think maybe a Wind Ranger in a pinch. Outside of that, I don't see him play anything else.
Navi's turn to pick.
Just you wait, here it comes. Okay, Mag is definitely a hero that I am surprised is so underpicked. We saw Liquid run Mag Lina, Mag offlane Lina 4, and it just absolutely destroyed the lane. To be fair, somebody did pick Morph into it. I believe it was Brame. But
10 seconds
this is the anti-V-Tune, yeah? Like, other than Slark, no carry really enjoys playing against Mag. Can't pick Lifestealer or Jug as easily.
You want an SNY builder, generally.
True.
Any hero that buys SNY, it's the ideal way to counter RP and other such AoE EKB piercing disables, because there's really nothing else you can do about it other than just making it last 25% less.
I've always liked the Baden against Mag.
I think that's somewhat of a bait. It depends on the enemy carry.
True.
If the enemy carry is like a Slark, then no, a Baden feels pretty bad. But if it's like Mag plus Jug, I don't mind it.
Yeah, the problem is, I guess, Mag is cool because you always have the ability to just slow things down, because your carry and skip Battle Fury, still farm pretty effectively. Meantime, that Abaddon, sure, it's good against preventing an RP initiation, but you don't pressure that carry at all. You're just purely defensive.
Yeah, I want like a Timbersaw's banned, so I mean, I honestly think they could consider going Axe first round. I'd be totally down for that. Okay, Tide. Axe Tide. I had this in mind as like a combo breaker.
Yeah.
Some guy that either saves you from the RP or doesn't mind getting RP'd. So Tide Hunter is going to be a body in these fights, and he also has a good lane partner with him so far.
Yeah, I like this because Lina, you get all that attack speed from Fervor, so it takes advantage of Dash minus armor, and because of the increase, Fiery Soul.
Sorry.
Holding you accountable. Continue.
Yes.
It also takes Lina away from Mag, which is a very powerful lane combo.
Yes, agreed. And in addition, Gush is enough of a slow now to hit that increased radius on your LSA. It's quite a simple stun nowadays. Actually, it's a ton of fun to play.
I'm surprised people are not opening more second pick Lina dual lanes. Like, as a carry, what do you pick?
You can always go mid as well. If you really see a great matchup for it, you want to give Lina more farm priority, you just throw it there. And as a matchup, like, Lina can't lose mid with 3 runes by 4 minutes.
Just please tell me what you pick as a carry that wins this lane. Like, I actually, like, this is what I love about Lina first round. I straight up don't know how you beat it in lane. Yes, Lina's not some, like, perfect 4 positioning game. She has weaknesses, such as like lack of mobility and generally pretty slow. She has to be a follow-up hero, but in lane she is terrifying, especially with the minus armor from Tide or like a continuous disable like Slardar or the Mag. I mean, anything like that.
It's a long time to think about this pick here from VP.
And they do just go
go for it. All right.
So they're basically sacking their safe lane and saying, like, we have a PA Mag. It's fine. He's not going to have the perfect lane. He can buy some like raindrops and wraith bands and survive the lane and then hit some newts.
And I wonder if this is something that's, would VP consider this a strat or not? Because when we spoke to DM earlier this week, basically said that they were beating everybody by just playing good heroes. They didn't really use anything. They'd had some strategies. They were saving for either Spirit, not Navi, but Spirit, or the Major. So this is just a straight up first 2 Mag PH. So they just think it's good and it's like a throwaway draft? Or is this something that they've worked on and just think is too too high of a power level right now.
Navi's
Is
turn
it
to
possible
ban.
with the 3 bans that there's not enough heroes, carry heroes left that you want to run with, Mag? Like PA, Juggernaut, the first 2 to come to mind that I would instantly ban, right?
Yep.
Do you feel like there's too many bans?
A lot of the heroes are pretty underwhelming. For instance, Troll's kind of fallen
10
off this
seconds
patch.
remaining.
Ursa fallen off. I think Lifestealer's a bait. He's a horrible mag partner because
5
you
seconds
remove
remaining.
Empower whenever you infest somebody. So I think, yes, the hero pool is incredibly limited, and because you can protect this pick, as Kyle mentioned in the previous series, with so many bans, you'd rather pick it up now and then just protect it rather than see what they ban and go for a mediocre pick later on.
As a matchup, I would have loved Slark, but it's not the greatest mag partner. Troll's all right, but kind of same deal. It's just really poor mag.
Slark is a
Virtuss
situational
Rose
mag partner.
turn
He's
to
one that
ban.
you would pick like 8th because it's the perfect Slark game and
Yeah.
you haven't picked your carry yet.
Navi's
Yeah,
turn
mag PA
to
is just
ban.
good. Like, it's just, at some point, it'll work. You know, PA gets 3 items, a free Battle Fury. In theory, you get a quick Deso timing, skipping BF. The Lina might just explode. Like, you die in a crit in 2 hits.
This is very straightforward from Virtuss Pro. First phase, okay, we're going to take away
10
some of the
seconds
first
remaining.
pick Icebreak heroes. Storm. Second phase, all right,
5
we're just going to ban
seconds
away a bunch of
remaining.
E-Tunes heroes.
Yep.
I think Tide, though, is very nice in lane versus PA. You benefit a lot from the stick charges. Keep in mind that every offlaner will buy stick against PA because of how many daggers are coming out. And you're a hero that doesn't really want to buy like Bottle or Soul Ring early on in the lane, but you also want to be spamming Gush. And since you have the Kraken Shell for the damage mitigation before PA 6, she pretty much can't do anything to you.
This is a great Wyvern game. Like, I think as a 5 for Navi, you got a
10
lot of
seconds
options. Like
remaining.
Wyvern, Abaddon.
Combo breakers.
Yep. You pick something, then
5 seconds remaining.
do you want to last pick V-Tunes hero? Really not sure. Navi, this is tough
Virtuss
to draft
Rose
as second
turn to
pick,
ban.
and they'll just go for
Yeah, they're gonna last
Iceberg.
pick. They're gonna last pick V-Tunes hero.
Okay.
I think Puck's fine, because it's not as much a combo breaker, but it's another hero that's difficult to RP and also controls the PA in fights. He does need the BKB super early
10
on
seconds remaining.
the PA, but
Man,
I'm a bit concerned.
Really,
5
I feel like they
seconds
trust V-Tune's hero pool so much. He's already had 3 heroes banned away from him. He's going to have another 2
that's what I'm
he gets the
concerned
last
about.
pick.
That's
And
exactly
it's
what I'm
like,
concerned about.
they still believe that he's going to have a hero that is going to be good for the game and that he can play. That's a lot of trust.
He's gonna have to pick a hero that's kind of mediocre against PA, and I think that's fine simply because PA's lane should be a little bit rough, and now they've also drafted the Puck. So if they can draft either one more threat to the PA or a hero that saves the carry from PA, those are the 2 options. But
It's we discussed this a lot about like gold-based damage and XP-based damage. Navi, just by casting spells, they've got plenty of team fight
Navi's
power.
turn to
You
ban.
really need time to come online. Void Spirit, it's all right, but VP are all about hit and run right now. There's no such thing as a team fight until they have multiple BKBs online.
is this a Mag 5, you think?
Yeah.
Kind of has to be, unless they
Kinda.
want
10
to pick first
seconds
3,
remaining.
either 3 cores.
I feel like you're going to lose that lane really hard, though.
5 seconds
Tide
remaining.
Lina
Yeah,
with a mag.
you'd have to get creative, that's for sure.
I'd be also down if they just pick a Warlock or something like that for VP. Just sustain your PA, man. If they either need to pick a really strong dual off lane to make some space, or they need to pick a hero that just says, okay, we're gonna give the PA a little bit of regen worth of farm in the lane just by healing him up and preventing him from having to ferry out all that extra tangos and salves. Because you're gonna get harassed a lot from a Tide and a Lina.
The mag roll, so Tide and Abaddon are traditionally the 2 best offlaners against
Virtuss
a Magnus,
Rose.
because you have a way of removing the Ravage and then counter-initiating. They were ready for that.
I was kind of thinking Phoenix, so I like what they're going with. I think they have enough control from their 3 first heroes that they're just making it more and more difficult for VP to ever fight them.
Yeah. Comfort.
Yep, and the issue is
10
here though
seconds
is that independently, Virtus Pro's heroes function a
5
lot better.
seconds remaining.
The thing about this draft so far is if Tide gets off to a decent start, which I think he will, I don't see how they kill him for like the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if people watching have seen Ice 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 play Tide Hunter, but the way he plays is he gets like a decent lane start, and then he just walks to towers and plants himself as aggressively on the map as possible and says, you have to kill me to get to the rest of my team. Otherwise, the thing is, you're getting so much real estate on the map because Tide's taking such ridiculously dangerous farm that you have some hard carry farming the Ancients, you have a mid laner that's like farming the safe lane, and that it just results in like a high net worth advantage for that team. So I'm a bit concerned that they do not have a threat to him now. And it won't happen until PA gets that second item.
You might not need one though, because VP is just running a different concept. It's the +1 style. So you take a core, add a support, they're able to find a kill. And you don't really ever team fight, but Na'Vi, you have to blow ultimates if you want to kill anybody. Assuming you don't just dominate the lanes, which I think is unlikely when you consider VP's prowess as individual skill players. They ban out the Drow and the Troll. I think the Drow Ranger, we don't see that hero very often, but that's a sick ban.
It's like nice for the game, but I think it would have struggled in lane with Phoenix. So I was more afraid of the Troll personally, just because they are pretty light on lockdown from VP. I'm just thinking about matchups for them. I would love for Na'Vi a Terrorblade.
What if VP Silencer? No one picks it.
Silencer.
No, just solid support Silencer, man.
I'm saying 4 or 5.
However you want to
like 4-inch, 5.
You wanted a silence hero. Wouldn't Disruptor be better against Tidehunter? Also, are we looking for a 4 position or 5?
It theoretically would be a 3. Oh, you're saying the Enchantress.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm saying, yeah.
I'm saying that this Enchantress could be either, because it's either 4 Enchantress, 5 mag, or it's 5 Enchantress, 3 mag.
Yeah.
So you're either looking for a 4 or a 3 here.
It's a very confident draft from Virtuss Pro, I'll tell you that much.
I feel like the Enchantress is 5 because they need that kind of hero. Okay.
Good call there.
Disruptor.
You may now
Medusa.
Yes.
Well,
kind of like the anti-burst hero, right?
They're gonna have a real weak lane top though, like Phoenix Medusa against Enchantress 4 position.
Anything they can do to switch things up, swap lanes, aggro, anything like that?
Not really.
Yeah.
So I want the Lina to be with the Tide.
Now, my heart of hearts is looking at Navi's lineup thinking, wow, their team fight's amazing, but they can't do things.
Yeah, I like
they don't. I liked it up until the Dusa. I don't know what other route, because they didn't have anything that could play around the RP. Now they're just trying to eat it. VP, your team fight's non-existent, but they have so much kill threat. Their top lane's going to do well. I think that with the Disruptor PA, they might just kill this Lina a couple times and just play around the map. Like, how do you actually ever catch them as Na'Vi? How do you push towers? Like, how do you force them to fight you as 5?
In my experience, Medusa just has a horrible start here, and the PA and Medusa will have about an equally bad start. One hero's got a free Battle Fury, the other one doesn't. And I think, sadly, I predicted Na'Vi to win the series, but I think VP is going to take game 1.
Not totally out of it. I think Na'Vi have a better chance than I would expect.
Medusa gets a good start.
VP outplay them here. Whereas Na'Vi, you just have to execute. Get your Medusa farm, control your Ancients, and force good fights around objectives, mid-tower, Roshan. And in theory, you have decent shot.
Their lineup is simple, but also exploitable.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're saying? Big old team fight coming out from Na'Vi. That's the way they're trying to take this approach against Virtuss Pro. Let's hop into it. Game 1, it's going to be with Moxie and T-Governor.
All right, T. Well, it seems like this whole game is going to be focused around the Medusa for Na'Vi. But on the flip side of things, you know, Virtuss Pro, they've got a fast skirmishing lineup, and that's exactly the way they like to play.
Yeah, that's to play it fast. But to start this game, Na'Vi, the 2 series that they've won so far, these are the product playing PA 4 times. They've got 4 wins, 4 PA games. So this is very much VP opening up the draft with we're opening with Mag. And if you do not pick PA, we're just going to take it and steal your best hero, the only hero that they've been able to win with in the DPC. Yeah, like the panel was saying, this is very much VP. Their draft is about pace, about execution, punishing the time that Na'Vi needs to come online, because of course you look at Na'Vi's heroes early on, they're not quick to move around the map, other than maybe Puck, and the rest of them, they're big spells, waiting for Medusa to come online. And then when we hit like 30-35 minutes, that's going to be disastrous for VP, because the PA trying to get into the fight, you're going to be trying to jump to Phoenix, who has Egg. Ravage on the Tidehunter. Puck, quite elusive. Like, the only hero dying in the late game will be this Lina. Everyone else will have his own kind of survivability. So it's all on VP to have that pressure, to have that strong laning phase, and to play off of kind of the pace that a 4-position Ench can bring and a Void Spirit in the mid can kind of unlock in the game.
Feels like the laning stage should be pretty nice though, because if they decide to run, you know, this Medusa with like Phoenix sort of thing, as they said on panel, it's not particularly strong. It's very punishable.
Yeah, normally when you see Medusa lineups, you like, especially when it's in the safe lane, that is, you like to have a melee support to kind of body and tank up some damage. When you have a support duo that's Xena Phoenix, whoever lanes with this hero or the Medusa, it's not going to be a simple we tank spell, you farm. It's going to be we both try and poke and trade together. We play off of Snake, we play off maybe SA or the birds from Phoenix, but yeah, it's not going to be the more traditional Medusa lanes that we've seen, and that is the big room for punishment that VP can look to try and utilize. They don't have that simple 1-2 punch of a Medusa +1 lane. We can threaten that.
They do have, you know, it looks like it's going to be the Lina going down to the bottom lane, so they're going to have a plenty amount of harass at the very least. This is definitely a hero that's able to really, you know, throw out those little clicks there. But of course, they do have save on this Enchantress, and that is going to end up being a bit of an issue, I think, for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, for sure. Lina as a hero, it thrives on the fact that it has big attack range. And when you have Ench, sure, there's a 100 range disparity, but because of this creep, he bodies for you, constantly right-clicking that Lina, so you're not going to have that chip from that Lina. And yeah, Ench will be able to happily play this lane.
So my other concern too, looking at Na'Vi's draft, is you have all these great teamfight ultimates, right? You've got, you know, the Ravage, you've got Egg, you've got Dreamcoil, you've got all this stuff. The issue then becomes for me is what happens when you use all of that and then Virtuss Pro just starts running at you again?
Just make sure you kill them when you use them. don't
but you're still, they're gonna respawn and they're gonna be ready to go again. Like that's the concern I have.
Yeah, it's so critical that Na'Vi, like again, the concerns that everyone's kind of mentioned, it simply because there's cooldowns, every time they use it, it needs to be for an objective after. They need to make sure that when they use that Ravage, it gives them a tower. So then VP's kind of in recovery mode. We have to push out our lanes. We're fighting into an Aegis. There's so many other things they have to deal with that they can't just simply reset and go again. And for sure, the key objectives for Na'Vi this game, have the strong laning phase, utilize that jungle, make ancient stacks, take away the first Aegis, and then you have that breath of fresh air that your cooldown driven draft isn't going to be one bad fight and you lose the game.
It's fair for sure. Some trades here coming out here between Roger and Kingslayer. Roger, of course, having that Icarus dive can just run away, but you do have to be careful. Eventually, there will be some points placed over in that glimpse, so has to be very careful with positioning. And the trades are just going on here in the bottom lane. Nothing too wild just yet.
Yeah, really nice in the top lane from Kingslayer. He bought the double tree, blocking the hard camp for Roger to pull, but he also then dewarded his own pull. So if Roger doesn't body block this camp, he's going to be able to start sorting out the lane equilibrium. But yeah, Nightfall, he's just chilling, free farming under the tower.
Mid lane seems fairly well matched up there. 13-1 over on the Void Spirit and 14-2 over here on Puck. I don't think we're going to see anything happen though, really, until perhaps, you know, maybe see some movement coming out for like the runes eventually, but I feel like we're going to really be waiting for those level 6s.
Yeah, everyone's been talking about how mid lane is so, you know, static nowadays. There's so much regen available. Void Spirit Puck, it used to be very Void Spirit favored. You're a melee here with the Quelling Blade, you're in wave clear, but yeah, that's going to be a bit of a snooze fest. This, though,
this is looking like first blood.
Yes.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, Always Wanna Fly is going to fall to save down here in this bottom lane. And it's like you said, you know, you've got that bit of a range advantage. Top lane, too, they're very, very aggressive here against Ramses. Nightfall, make the jump forward here. They need just a little bit more damage. The dagger comes in, and it will secure the kill.
Yeah, absolutely love this disruptor pick, just because the Tidehunter early on, you don't have the Kraken points to deal with the Thunderstrike. It's that magic damage, that range to nuke through. And Phoenix, he does apply pressure, but it's cooldown driven. So yeah, Disrupt is such a disruptive hero. And into the late game, we're going to see that Static Storm. You can't get rid of that as a Tide. Potentially looking at maybe like a BKB purchase on the Tidehunter if he's the key focus from the target. But yeah, that's later on. But for now, laning phase is very difficult with the dagger spam and the Thunderstrike. Yeah, really good disruptive pick for sure.
Is this a situation? I know we've been seeing a lot of like the Witch Doctor coming into play, and now we're seeing, you know, more of these things like with the Disruptor with that magic damage.
Yeah.
Are we going to be seeing more of these supports, do you think? Is that where we're trending currently?
Yeah, I just want to see, I want to see Fives a bit more presence in the laning phase. Less sacrifice and more just killing presence. And it obviously does help when you're able to save your last pick or like the later picks for your support. Some teams traditionally, they sacrifice supports in the draft to give, you know, their world star mid laner a better game or their off laner. But yeah, it's refreshing sometimes to see a support pick last.
I like it. I'm a support player.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I think it's great when you get a bit of priority here, but this Wild Wing with the Tornado is already causing a little bit of issues. The Skewer back over here onto V2. They're just plunking away, though. Not going to be able to do any kills just yet here to this Medusa, but definitely trying to apply as much pressure as possible and create a little chaos.
Yeah, the key thing here is who's winning the lane well enough that the support can then retreat to make the stack in the jungle. Always want to fly, he'll never be able to leave this lane. And that's where potentially on the edge, makes an aggressive play, quickly resets, start making the stacks, and that's the efficiency of the map right now. We'll also be seeing that in the next couple of minutes potentially. But yeah, Ramses, every time he steps up to this lane, you're going to be tanking a level 2 Thunderstrike and dagger spam. Sure, he has to stick the Ring of Health now, but it's just a little bit too much damage to deal with.
There's the Icarus dive here on Roger. He should be fine here.
There.
Thinking about it. Just faking him out a little bit.
He has to be very careful simply because of the glimpse potential from Kingslayer as well.
Bottom lane, again, a little bit more pressure placed and always want to fly. And normally I would say, you know, with a Tidehunter, you can leave this hero alone in the lane, right? But because they do have that magic damage, it's just too difficult for Ramses. Because usually, you know, Roger should be able to rotate. And in fact, you do see that Roger is trying to, you know, make some of these moves over here, probably trying to do a bit of stacking and whatnot.
Yeah, this is critical. He has to be... Okay, not stacking the Ancients though, Roger. Would have preferred that, but opting to try and just make one stack secure the rune. But yeah, I feel right now Ancient stacks are so important because VP, it's not like they have this tower pressure in their draft. They're going to play around maybe the Ench creep and a catapult wave, but it's not that clean, we have X level, we can hit your tower. So I'd like to see Na'Vi just make stacks to pressure that kind of, you can't hit our towers, you can't really invade our jungle. Medusa in 4 minutes time will just be rinsing the jungle, and that's when their timing kind of comes into play.
All right, well, we do have the level 6 online here for Iceberg and for GPK, so depending on what the...
Tune is just getting, yeah.
He's getting bodied down
Anytime he shows now it's Impetus, it's then the Shockwave. It's very hard for him to play this lane. Already TPing back to base level 4 on the Medusa compared to the level 6 of EM. And not a good start from the Medusa. And it's a product of your 5 position being that ranged hero.
So what's the play here? Do you have Iceberg make like a rotation and try to like alleviate some of this pressure down here, or do you send them top? What do you...
I think
are they trading off here in the mid lane?
Yeah, I think we just have to accept that bot lane has been lost. They need to try and get Medusa into the jungle as quick as possible. And if Puck starts making rotation, they don't really have kill threat.
Oh, there we go. There's a rotation here from Iceberg as he goes. There's the Dream Coil here. It's taking a decent amount of time, but eventually they take out save.
Okay.
So there's a bit of breathing room. Middle lane, though.
Vichu goes to any lane. He's just half, like, no matter half HP. And this was the concern with the Puck rotation, because as soon as Puck moves bottom, sure, you're killing the Enchantress, but like you're not pressuring DM, who's the free farmer, and then Medusa can't just simply take up your lane because it's a level 4 Medusa. And yeah, it's going to be a troublesome couple of minutes now trying to get the Medusa to get into the game. But again, the jungle's so friendly nowadays. You got a Quelling Blade, couple Wraith Bands. She just won't be seen. But it does open up a free lane because no one can realistically play bottom now. That's kind of the big concern for Na'Vi, and where VP can look to potentially exploit that.
GPK possibly hunting here and always want to fly. Knows that there's not much mana. Neither is there on V-Tune, though. A save, circling the tower, throwing out a bit of the taunt here. You have, of course, Iceberg on the high ground. Just a bit of posturing, but there's some nice stacks over here made by Roger. And they have to protect these. They can't allow anybody to come in and steal them. And definitely, you know, you've already seen V-Tune making his way over. He's going to try to put the pressure down. They don't have vision, luckily, on the side of Virtuss Pro. So should be able to take these stacks without being bothered.
That's good. And that's where Na'Vi realized there's no kind of clean invasion. Maybe Void Spirit and Enchantress could have played together to invade here, but Na'Vi going unpunished. Disrupted also got a D-ward at the start of this, kind of the Observer protecting this tri-camp. So it does align for VP maybe making an aggressive play, but they missed this stack, and they'll look maybe to invade kind of on the next farming cycle.
Under attack.
And I think it will be a happy Medusa. You've been pushed out of bottom, you've been show mid, instantly pushed out of mid. This is the efficiency of the tri-camp coming into play now. The comeback mechanic.
Bottom lane, Roger doing the best he can, trying to take some of this farm. Does have to be careful, obviously. DM cutting some of these waves. You've also got, of course, the Enchantress making her way down. You're seeing a big rotation, actually. It's mirroring, to be fair.
This is nice. This is nice because what happens is the PA, the natural pressure from the puck will be, well, what is so sacrificed? We need to take this top tower. VP identify that, instantly move to bottom. Roger, one of the few heroes that can maybe survive on these stations with the dive. Why can you still go off the map? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It wouldn't have changed anything here, but yeah, just nice mirroring moves. Unlock both safe lane towers from both teams, and now the map split goes from that simple diagonal from Radiant to Dire to more of like a vertical through the middle. Each of them will be sharing the Ancients and a little bit of their opponent's jungle. But just nice solid moves coming out from both teams here. Just farm efficiency. Both drafts, they need a little bit of time to come online. Puck wants to get maybe like the Witchblade or a Blink Dagger. Medusa realistically needs Manta Butterfly or Manta Skadi pretty quickly. And then that's when we're going to see the two teams really kind of clashing at each other.
I don't know, I feel like we're going to see some clashing coming through in the mid lane fairly soon because each of the safe lane towers have been removed. And
Na'Vi doing a good job of invading the stacks here, actually. Because VP rotated to bot lane, it freed up these stacks that VP had made, and they just got stolen away. So right now, this camp stacked indicator is pretty much all going towards Na'Vi. VP helping them out a little bit there.
You're going to be very happy about that,
yeah.
Na'Vi.
And that's kind of the difference when your Magnus is position 3 to 5. The utilization of the Empower comes in a little bit later.
Oh, we just got to pick off on Always Want to Fly. Not sure which lane that was going on in there, but...
And now you get to see Nightfall. He gets to come to his off-lane Magnus. Please give me a... bye-bye now. I run back to my tri-camp.
But they do have vision. They do realize exactly where this Phantom Assassin is, which is nice. So they can play around this a bit. And I'm sure they expect this as well, that they would make this rotation.
Yeah, for sure. Na'Vi's best play is to completely ignore the farming patterns, just because if they kind of fall victim to chasing the PA will always farm during this absence. Medusa won't get the farm. You'll start wasting your big cooldown. So yeah, it's on Na'Vi to accept that farm's occurring, quickly flash farm as much as possible, and then when VP gets the Desolator on PA and they make that big first move to an objective, be ready. Have the egg, have the Ravage, have the coil, crush them in that fight, and then it opens up that game for Medusa to continue farming. But if they don't win that fight, this could easily become the snowball effect of the empowered PA running around with the team fight of the Disruptor and Magnus. Here's the smoke up from Virtuss Pro. They don't have the Desolator on PA. He is completely committed to farming right now.
Looking to make a step here though on Ramses. They just finished up that Yules on GPK. The follow-up with the Static Storm. And one more hit should be able to do the trick. Can they do it though? It looks like yes. At the last second, they'll find Grim Coil gets used and the egg. Laguna Blade comes out, but GPK is already away. They just run out. A little bit off the timing here as Nightfall joining right back in again. Good LSA. They turn back around, tries to heal Troy to get a little bit more damage. Impetus coming in, followed up. Oh, there it is. There's the RP from DM. They want Roger, and by God, they're gonna get it. As now Iceberg forced to run and flee. And GPK, he wants this though. He's gonna set up, gets the taunt, the drag back, and see you later, Iceberg.
Oh, one by one they go in, and then one by one they die. You know, Ramses, and then the pause. So they can reflect on these events. Oh, we get a replay. Woof. Yeah, so at the start of that fight, Tidehunter instantly dies. They don't have any catch to, you know, punish VP retreating.
What did you expect?
PA's in the area. Instantly comes back in. You have all this range damage, non-committal, Impetus, Dagger. Nice RP just to kill off the Phoenix. And yeah, it's Na'Vi. They have the big spells. It looks good on paper. But when your Ravage dies instantly, that's the big lockdown. When you don't have the coil or an effective coil to pair with the egg, it's just with spells. And for Na'Vi, they are just completely run over. And this was key because it was a pre-Desolator fight from the PA. That isn't even her at her strongest. This is a Desolator coming out now for the Phantom Assassin.
I thought for like a split second there that Ramses was going to survive. Like he was very, very close there. At the
he did have 3-1 charges, so maybe.
That's a little...
Didn't use them there, Moxie.
You know, normally I'm the one that's like very, very optimistic. It's nice. It's refreshing to have someone else here who's, you know, also trying to look at the bright side, perhaps, maybe. But at the same time, we do have that Deso online here for Nightfall. So it's looking a little bit scary. I'm sure Always Want to Fly. He doesn't want to be seen anywhere near that PA. He is going to just get absolutely blown up, and that's usually the Lina who's supposed to be able to do that. So
the saving grace of this mid-engagement was the fact that Medusa AFK in the triangle once again. PA farmed 2 camps compared to the Medusa farming an Ancients 2 camp and a lane. Top net worth now, which 4 minutes ago, this was a Medusa who was sitting at 5th or 6th net worth. So we're going to be seeing just having a happy time. The rest of the team, not so much, and that's where this next fight, this is so critical. We have to see Na'Vi use their big spells because VP is so threatening with this timing they have.
that's the concern that I have here is, you know, yes, Medusa is sitting very pretty on the top, but you have the 3 heroes over on the side of VP that are sitting a hair taller than whatever is coming out from the side of Na'Vi. So while you have one hero that's farming, it's a lot of pressure on just to do so, right? Especially because she has not hit that peak timing here. Iceberg, though, might be able to find a nice quick little pick off here. There's Kingslayer. Okay, they'll use the Laguna Blade. They just want to get rid of them.
But then instantly VP rotates to the mid lane.
The
Punish the Medusa.
Taunt in, and they have all the damage necessary as they just get rid of V-Tune.
And if we click on Medusa right now, didn't have Mana Shield active. Unfortunately, that's how quickly she fell.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Na'Vi, they're the ones instigating the initial smoke. They were moving to the bot lane. And then, yeah, see here, no Mana Shield active.
Oh, dear.
Just 100 to 0, duels up into an instant stun. There's just no time to get it off. Just wasn't ready for that engagement.
So much burst damage. Didn't even have a chance.
And Kingslayer tipping him because it's like, why are you running out of Mana Shield, bro? Come on. Rule 1 on Medusa. Always have Mana Shield up. Always. But yeah, VP, very fluid movements, capitalizing on one death from the pos 5, instant TP mid, kill whoever shows.
That pesky little kobold just denied the rune there from Ramsey. Gotta be feeling pretty good. He is this little speedy one too, you know?
That's one of the
fast.
That's the underrated thing of Enchantress, right? It's having that creep, having that additional vision and finding out what's happening. And sometimes you do sneak a little old rune kill.
I do like, I feel like especially in the Eastern European region, we're seeing a lot of focus on vision. Especially like, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is like Windstrike. Windstrike has like really fantastic warding position. You started to see it a little bit in some of the Team Spirit games. And then, you know, especially with VP picking up the Enchantress or whatnot, like they put a lot of focus on just choking out the map, which I feel is very important, but we don't see it held in the same esteem, I feel like, in some of the other regions.
I feel like just the pace of Eastern European Dota is a little bit slower than everyone else. When VP is arguably the best team in the region and they play at such a slow pace, which is very reactionary, naturally the trickle-down effect is all the other teams try and emulate that. And 60 minutes into a game, it's only 10 kills. And that allows for this vision game to occur because when there's not constant ping-ponging around the map deaths occurring, the 5's position's like, oh wait, I have time to actually go place an aggressive ward. And on the flip side, Na'Vi, really good job in the bottom side of the jungle, instantly dewarding any of the aggressive vision that VP just placed. So yeah, both teams doing a really good job at preventing this aggressive vision.
This puck is getting closer to a blink dagger too, so perhaps we will see some more aggressive plays coming out because they do need to make the space for the Dusa. Again, she's sitting fairly nicely here, just a little bit below the PA, 8.9 on PA, 8.6 on Dusa, but the rest of the team falling pretty far behind over on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, the key, Na'Vi is positioning it. Puck was going to go for a quick blink, and then instantly went for the boots of travel, just knowing that we don't really need to fight, need to keep the game going. So Puck's off all by herself, split pushing lanes. Ramsey's the Tide Hunter, he's out there in the open. If you want to go on me, you kill me, but I might be able to turn it around with a Ravage. And then the other supports, they're just holding Medusa's hand now. They're just walking around the map. Just look at them. Come on, come on the lane. If they go on you, we're all ready. And that's just a nice setup from Na'Vi to enable the Medusa, but it is very much a sacrifice. Look at the net worth. It is Medusa versus the world. He played a little bit bottom, and then after laning phase, that tri-camp is her home.
Well, baby steps out into the wild now. Again, she does have her own escort with her the entire time. So you can tell, you know, this middle tower is sitting pretty low here.
Yeah, just the way that Na'Vi are playing right now, it's just the level disparity. Medusa up at 14, Puck Tide are at 11, and then VP on the flip side is 14, 13, 13. It is just the cores are having much more like freeing in individual game compared to that of Na'Vi. A lot of hand-holding for them.
I know that they don't have GPK here, so they're trying to just force the advantage, trying to use that Ravage, right, to their...
We've not seen one yet. We'd like to see one, at least.
Can they set up, though, is the question. As they jump in immediately over onto Ramsey's, Kingslayer getting into position here, not going to be able to quite land that kinetic field. And you can feel they just don't really want to commit as they get a Drain Coil off, and they do get the silence off, though, here over on Ramsey. They're going to try to blow up before he can get that Ravage off. Over on the back line, though, the stun comes out, and they use that Stone Gate to kill off Roger, though. Followed up, there it is. There's our Ravage, but it doesn't do much of anything as Ramsey's pulled down B2 here. All the back high, they have the RP, and they have plenty of damage here. They're chasing after Puck, the toss back there, right over onto V2, and he just can't do anything. He's being controlled, and now Iceberg also gets slain by GPK. Or
Yeah.
Saint, rather, with the last hit.
I'm just Na'Vi. Oh, they got all the big spells,
Radiant
but
structures are
just can't
fortified.
use them. It's just so
Radiant's
unfortunate when they're
middle
playing
tower
into
is
this
under
disruptor. They're
attack.
scared. Like Ramsey's like, well, I don't want to just RP this one guy. I want to have a little bit more
Radiant's
information.
middle tower
Holds it, and then it's just a little bit too late. This Phoenix egg, he dives in, but he gets hit by Static Storm, so it's now a lot more defensive than needed. Na'Vi just showcasing you might have all the team fight in the world, but when you can't cleanly go coil, egg, ravage, Medusa, right click, the fight is so hard with the poke and prod. Like the start of that engagement, Tidehunter was at half HP just from impetus and daggers, and yeah, it's so hard for Na'Vi to move to the objective right now, unless they just have the blind confidence of just go in. Like, this is the start of the engagement. Tidehunter, he's already half HP. He keeps looking for the Ravage, but then he's like, maybe not. Puck starts to fight an amazing Static Storm. Defensive, these spells are being used. They have to disengage from the Static Storm, and at this point, it's too hard. Vtune is unable to get the Stone Gaze onto the PA, and the whole fight construct from Na'Vi's collapsed. The Ravage is like just a desperation Ravage. Vtune, you know, he tried to mount a dodge, but DM did cancel and then go again. Yeah, Na'Vi, unfortunately, just not being decisive with their spells.
I mean, it's like a very talented bunch of music, right? Everybody's got, you know. Oh,
Yeah,
that is not the face of a happy iceberg. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Ramses will fall. But yeah, you've got all this talent. It's just all the talent, all the heroes to make something happen. But if everybody's playing at a different time, if one's a little bit too early or a little bit too slow, the whole song's going to be off, right? Bottom lane, Iceberg just gets picked off here by GPK. The tips are coming out now. They're very pleased with that. King player over here gets the Static Storm on the jump forward, though, here, coming up from Nightfall. Just blows up, always want to fly. And they get the glimpse back here on Roger. I'm not sure where we went there, but Roger is going to survive.
Yeah, so he got glimpsed back, but still had to dive up, so he's all okay. And whew, yeah, Na'Vi's somewhat crumbling a little bit now. You can see on Iceberg's face in that kind of highlight there, he just wasn't too happy with that. And it just doesn't feel that they're on the same page. And this is a rare game where Tidehunter, normally you itemize for tankiness, frontline. You got the hood, he's going for the Solar Crest, has a casual plate mail. I'd love to see Blink Dagger in this game. And now we get to watch how Puck v Void Spirit. Puck does die quite a lot.
He's got no defensive items.
Yeah,
How is he supposed to survive that?
Positioning. Don't be there. No.
It's that easy. Just listen to T-Gov, guys.
No, but yeah, for Na'Vi, it's a little bit worrisome in how they're approaching the fights right now. Just unable to connect. I think if Tide had a Blink Dagger, was able to play in the tree line, that's a lot easier because it's the fear of the Static Storm right now, and it's the fear of the jump of the PA that's like preventing Na'Vi to have the clean initiation. And you need someone to be, in the words of Brian or Carl, whoever started it, you need the dangler.
All those NA guys, they all sound the same. Am I right?
You're so right, Moxie. Yeah, you need the dangler, and Tide being the dangler when there's a disruptor in the game, you just don't dangle efficiently. You can't get Ravage
No, you
off.
can't.
I mean, if Medusa's the dangler, already gonna be half HP, half mana before the fight's even starting. So yeah, they are lacking the initiation even when they have the team fight.
Right, VP, they're on the hunt. They're smoked up. And they've got Vtune in their sides here. The Manta already getting popped. Ooh, that's going to come back to bite you, my friend. Static Storm, everything here as they just start chipping away at that Manta. Oh, there's no Mana left. There's nothing there to save Vtune. Just a nice, clean strike. A hit and run, so to speak, as Na'Vi, they're playing the enemy triangle. They're scared here. Kingslayer is getting chased here by Ramses. They have the Icarus dive, the swoop. GPK, though, they're here. Roger, the glimpse back, though. Over here on the side, this is looking like this is going to end up being a dead Tidehunter. So another couple hits, and he is a tanky boy. He's got a little, oh, never mind. Not with Nightfall just jumping in. And Save's Courier, though, does get sniped by Always Want to Fly. So silver linings, right?
Another silver lining, they stole the Ancient Camp. But yeah, Na'Vi, they tried to aggressively hold this Tri Camp. All four of them there, bar Medusa. And VP with a really nice smoke to cut through and just go, maybe someone's being greedy. Oh wait, they are, because they had that ward in the bottom side of the jungle to find Medusa farming there. Unfortunately, just it's
a vision game.
Yeah, a vision game on point, and just Na'Vi, just every single time it's one little piece of the puzzle is just not working effectively. And with this type of lineup that is so, critical that each spell is using conjunction, and the Medusa is enabled to right click. When one of them falls apart, it's disastrous. And yeah, VP are just, ever since this PA got Desolator, every smoke has netted good kills and efficient plays. And yeah, just props to VP so far with their fluid play. Na'Vi, what are we looking for in comeback? It's I guess, play for the tier 3, the high ground defense. That's where VP's line up. It will struggle a lot breaking into the base unless they pick off a hero outside of the base, maybe like a puck split pushing. You kill puck no buyback. That's where VP will be able to really unlock the high ground. Or
hello, Roger.
Like this, yeah.
That is chicken dinner easily.
Is under attack.
Yeah, you know, that, like you said, having them go into high ground might be, you know, the way that they can possibly come back in. Because again, you know, we talk about VP all the time. They are a younger squad. Sometimes, you know, you're really feeling yourself. You feel a little bit too comfortable. Oh my God, he just knew. There's no ward up there.
You're not allowed to split push. How dare
allowed
you
to do
find this
anything.
wave? Yeah. GPK's like, get back to your base, like the rest of your team.
Yeah, there we go. There's the pop.
Bye-bye.
But, I mean, this is, you know, with the Medusa, right, you want the fight kind of either coming to you or you want to just sit there and be able to just split shot, you know. Again, V2 trying the best he can. It has been a rough game. Having those stacks definitely help, but they need to get this initiation. You need to have Ramses find this Ravage, make something happen, and it's just been very difficult with the way that VP is playing.
Yeah, Ramses, he's queued up the Blink Dagger now. He's identified the fact that we need to start a fight ourselves. We can't just be the ones waiting for them to go, because that long-range poke and prod of Ench, Voicebrett, and PA, it is too hard to deal with.
Again, it becomes saving Private Medusa over here. Everyone's just crowded around. They know that V-Tune is their win condition, that he has to get big and scary. And it's looking scary for them, though, as there is an Abyssal Blade picked up now for the PA.
A slightly different build from the Enchantress as well this game. So far from Pulse for Enchantresses, we've seen magic resistant tankiness going for Solar Crest.
Right.
But this time, Save, he's just been a bit more greedy, just going for the Dragon Lance. It's DM the one who's actually going for the auras, so allowing for Enchantress to be a little bit more obnoxious in the fight. And I like the idea of Dragon Lance on this hero, because you have a new form of killing the egg. Ench can hit egg, PA with BKB if you blink in and then just kind of reinitiate onto the egg. They have nice ways to deal with it.
Yeah, not the traditional egg scramblers by any means,
No,
but
exactly,
they've found solutions, and that's what a good team does, is they find solutions. So.
This is the kind of decisive smoke for Na'Vi now. This has to net some kills.
The Aegis does get reclaimed, though.
Yeah,
so.
and this is why they're smoking up. They realize they've timed the Aegis. They have a window to play into, but it's a smoke into then kind of awkward retreat. They're hoping that VP maybe pokes their head up into the tri-camp to punish.
But here we go. Ench Creek just doing some scouting, seeing, you know, are these camps cleared? Look at him. He's a Jovia little boy.
Where you at? Not here, mate. All right.
Oi, Mum, I've got the vision.
Just want to gank
Oh,
it.
no. Oh, no. He's on the board and he has a... Oh.
Feels bad, man.
Doesn't feel bad if you're
short but great
Na'Vi fan. It's like, get him out of here. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see this vision. But, of course, Enchantress can just go and try herself another creature along the way, and
yeah, VP just showing the respect to Na'Vi, because they're like, well, we understand that you have the big spells and you get to use them cleanly, and that's why we're not going to hold this high ground area, this tri-camp. This is quite a traditional spot to hold when you're in the lead, but if you don't have the team fight, it is truly hard to hold that without the perfect vision. So they give it up. They allow Na'Vi to smoke out, but then instantly when they see them back in base defending from creep waves, they flood back through and remove any of that small advantage that Na'Vi had in the kind of division game that we've been mentioning.
that was the Demon Edge for V2. That was taken out, and this is looking like a dead Ramses here, though. No, they bring him right back. You're not going anywhere, Ramses. You're not allowed to leave unless it's in a body bag.
God like PA 9-0 and 6.
Who's the feeders on the side of VP right now?
It's kind of like a team effort right now. You know, Ramses up at 6.
Save, both of them. The feeders.
Yeah, unfortunately for Na'Vi, their kill score doesn't look great because they only have 2 kills as a team.
Yes.
So V-Tune, Roger, and Ramses have had 0 kills and 0 assists this game. Sometimes this happens.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get a Ravage off, you don't get an egg or a coil, and you don't get any kills. And now the game's a bit troublesome. They're so scared to go high ground, and that's where Na'Vi, that is their lifeline. The fact that we are not seeing VP ever pressure tier 3s, they're pressuring the lanes through pushing them out quickly, forcing Na'Vi to AFK in their base to defend the wave after wave of creep.
This is just going to keep happening to Iceberg, though, because he doesn't have anything defensive, but he needs to get farm, right? He needs to be able to step outside the base, trying to make things happen, and it's just...
But because of this deft top, it does allow bot to be a little bit more pushed out. And it's how quickly can VP go from killing in one lane to then instantly pressuring elsewhere. And they don't really have that kind of fluidity of play right now because, again, high ground is not in the question for VP. It's simply Roshan. They're waiting for Roshan, and maybe that's why Na'Vi, Iceberg, he's like, well, I can sacrifice myself a couple of times. As long as I'm not split pushing as Roshan is respawning, and then I die and they do Roshan after buyback, like, they will be happy with kind of throwing themselves just to get at least some reaction to open up one lane to be farmed. Like, look at Roger in the bot lane. He's been able to push out all the way from tier 3 down to the tier 1 tower. Now he's going to be a little bit happier, soaking up some XP, and he will have Aether lens most likely for the next fight. So the egg will always be able to go off with that proccing.
I mean, that's the nice thing about, you know, having some ability over on the side of Na'Vi. You've got the Puck, who's able to be a bit elusive. You also have Roger, who's able to, you know, Icarus dive and then kind of fly up the map using the sunlight. So you have some solutions. It's just, again, it's definitely, you know, the style of just choking out your opponent while you wait. And look at this. They've got a double damage rune here for Nightfall.
And Roshan's respawning in 1 minute. So if they have...
Or is no... Hello?
Do they have a bottle available? Yep, DPK giving it over to Nightfall. Therefore, DD will be available for the Roshan, and then subsequently can fight after the Roshan as well, if Na'Vi is to contest.
It's going to be a hard Roche to contest.
And they have no Dispel on the side of Na'Vi either, so this will just be a DD in full effect the entire time.
That's scary.
Luckily for Na'Vi, though, they have the MKB complete on Medusa, one of the few forms of True Strike now in the game. If they surprise the PA, if they can get the right click from the Medusa, this PA should be able to fall pre-Aegis.
Safe, breaking the smoke. The Iceberg.
Nightfall, great positioning, already going.
Oh, always on a flight, just gets absolutely obliterated here. Stone Gaze comes out. Everybody just runs away there.
That was a bit anticlimactic, you know, like the way in which it started the fight. I wanted like,
they're not done yet. They're going back in.
Right,
See?
there we go.
Looking, they want this. Look, the static storm getting dropped. On disc immediately getting crocked over here on Roger. Ramses is very, very far forward. The rest of the team is not there. Glimpse back over onto Ramses. The silence. They need to burst him, and they find it very, very easily. His buyback coming out. Egg over here on the side. It looks like no one's going to pay attention to it, but they all just split. DM's just going to be able to teleport out. They have no way of canceling that.
Maybe this could unlock Roshan with no RP available and Static Storm on cooldown for 50 seconds. If Na'Vi's able to poke their heads into this Rush Pit, they have the Solar Crest on Tidehunter, they have the Gush. This could potentially be, it could actually be a good sign. A trader for a buyback, you are 15k down, but it's seeing through what you've just lost and trying to find that window of opportunity. And this is a very small window right now for Na'Vi to capitalize on this.
The Centaur trying to get any sort of information that he can. A smoke coming out from VP though. Hoping to make something happen. They do need to burst down Ramses. That's going to be one of the big things here. It's Nightfall hunting on Prowl going up is going to run directly into V2. Jumping forward here. Can they get off this rabbit? Just well, but they have the BKB over here on Nightfall. Just going to there's no mana left over here on this poor Medusa as they just chunk away. V2 will fall now. Ramses is next on the hit list. As always, want to fly falls off the back lines. They'll find the kill on Ramses. The glimpse back over here. Oh no! Oh Roger! That is just a triple kill here for Nightfall. And the GG gets called. They've had enough tea.
Yes, this was their best opportunity to make a play when there was no Static Storm, there was no RP. They tried to at least posture for a fight. The Medusa, the 1v1 matchup right now of the PA and Medusa. You think that she might be a little bit tankier. 100 to 0 in a matter of like 5 seconds. So yeah, Na'Vi never really able to get their draft online, never really able to kind of cleanly get all the big team fighting.
You